Weakling data is here today. You are weaklings. Plasma was split the weaklings. Weather is quite bad, but I love bad evenings cause the kids that torture me don't like being terrible kids these days. Table didn't load in.
Salve.
I was thinking I should try to shoot this person. I know Plasma, but there's nothing I can do about it. Can't strike a kid. Kill the monster. Annoying puzzle time.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Someone got murdered. Someone broke the golden thingy. I can get away from here. They're blocking my way. Bastards. I think it's that Deus did a sacrifice. That Deus got stuck. And he's not coming. Got glitched. It got glitched. It got glitched, he's not coming. I think now he is running.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and why you look like you've just taken on a gladiator and lost?
Plasma Wasp, and I need you to take care of Fixer.
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that.
Okay, Rufus is becoming agitated because of his rheumatism, but if you give him some of this willow bark, it will calm him down.
Poor guy. My uncle was a victim at rheumatism's altar, and he ended up killing himself. All right, got it.
Need you to stop Fabia entering the empty shrine and tell the new arrival he will find what he is looking for.
All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood.
Rupius is about to throw himself off the great temple balcony to tell him Lulia will be fine and give him this purse of 2,000 denarii to pay off his...
But how did you... All right, of course. I'll make sure this gets to him. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need
He
you
will
to
do
tell me how
everything
you
for
know
me.
all of this.
Thank you, man. It's nice that he will do everything for me, so I don't have to redo it. But hey, what is my objective now? Find a way to the palace. The front door is locked. There must be another way in. Figure out how to make Malleus drop out of election. Deploy, baby!
On your best behavior, I trust?
Do I have anything else? Fabia believes the person threatening Virgil is highly Demetrius, Rufus, or Horatius. So. This looks busy.
What is it, citizen?
What's your story?
I'm a legionary of the 1st Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. And the others, and making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals.
How did you end up
I'm
here?
from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing alright for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it.
Who is threatening that poor guy?
While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl and pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some genetricum fugitor tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And then, nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. But I'm fortunate to be alive, I suppose.
Sorry to hear that.
Don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthens the mind, as labour does the body. That said, Centilla's disappearance has been more difficult than I'd care to admit.
What can you tell me about the magistrate?
He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that.
Do you know a way out
I
of
went
here?
around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. But I learned how to accept my situation. To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. That's from Seneca the Younger, if you're interested.
Can I see the citizens register?
I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow.
Aurelia, Claudia, Deus. Sure, I will give it to you back tomorrow.
Not sure why you said it like that, but whatever.
What do you think about the golden
Well,
rule?
as I always say, it's kind of like a divine version of the practice of decimation in the Legion. By threatening to execute 1 in 10 men, the idea is to ensure order and discipline among everyone. And it works. If you knew you could be executed because your brother-in-arms is planning a mutiny, well, you'd bloody well watch him like 100-eyed Argus, wouldn't you? Because your only chance of saving yourself is to stop bad things before they happen. Makes us all responsible for keeping each other in check. It's brutal, of course, but effective. The Legion wouldn't be the most formidable force in the world without it.
Are you saying you're in favor of it? I'm from that would be considered collective punishment, which is a war crime. I think you are in
What's
favor.
done is done. I was forced to execute my brothers in arms, and those memories will always visit me in my sleep. But life is harsh. and I've come to accept my lot. As with the Golden Rule, I don't have any control over it, so railing against it would be like trying to stop the seasons or the tides. As Seneca the Younger wrote, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future, not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears, but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient. For he that is so wants nothing.
Where I'm from, that would be considered collective punishment, which is a war
War
crime.
crime. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? As Cicero said, in times of war the law falls silent.
Our words are very
Seems
different.
that way. War crimes. Ridiculous.
Let's talk about
Like-
something else. Who are you going to vote
Not
for?
that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is and always will be with Sentius. Unfortunately, I don't think my vote is going to make any difference today. See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies, bribery and intimidation. The man's a savage, but he's a gladiator, so people fear and respect him more than they should. Sentius knows about it, of course, but he doesn't have the same rat cunning as Malleolus. This place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. But
I haven't
try not
really
to
met
worry about things I
Malleolus
can't
yet. Can I help?
I appreciate the thought, but you're new here, and I just can't see how you could make an impact in the time between now and the election this afternoon. In any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Equitia, the Vestal Priestess. She'll be overseeing proceedings.
Are you the one threatening Virgil?
What? Absolutely not. I know someone's been threatening him, and I'm not happy about it. But I can assure you, it isn't me.
Okay, I know it was you, Bluff. Fair enough.
Alright?
Yeah, let's talk to him too.
Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment, it being election day.
Are you the one threatening
Do I
Virgil?
seem like anonymous threats are my style?
No. Fair enough. Like to
Too
meet
bad.
Malleolus.
He's busy. Unless... No. You don't look like you could afford it.
Or
I'm
what?
glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important day.
Oh, you want money
He'll be
from me?
inside practicing his victory
Bastards.
speech for tonight. Left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him, I'll need something valuable in return.
Isn't it a bribe?
Bribe? That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking for is more of a tribute to me, your soon-to-be patron.
Say...
If you set one foot in that villa without permission, I'll skin you alive, you Pusilla Semitarius Mocus.
Okay. Speak with their tongues. Plasma gods
Alright.
get paid.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Hey, Rufius. Are you the one threatening him?
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
Are you the one threatening
No
Virgil?
idea what you're talking about?
I know it was you.
Yeah? Prove it. See you around.
You there! I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban, but I'm impressed. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts.
Oh, okay, go
Tell me,
on.
do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues?
The statues comes to life and fire golden bows around them.
And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste.
Virtual bowing? Oh, you never heard that slang before?
On the other hand, I can't
Guess
help but
not.
think of the tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold,
Oh.
could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches beyond imagining. And even if we were to split all those riches between the 2 of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested?
I think the golden goose I meant to be a cautionary tale. That's grossly unethical. I'm interested.
Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan. But first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana?
Not really.
No problem. Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just
Ask
so happens
X.
that there's a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand?
Golden bow.
Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you know what.
But do you want me to steal it?
Gods no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a
Right.
But make no mistake,
Okay.
this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions. Ask away.
Why can't you do it
I'm
yourself?
more of an ideas man, whereas you're
I mean,
obviously
it
the
sounds
more
good, it
resourceful
could
and
work.
type. I have
And maybe
complete
it's not a
confidence.
crime, it's just straight, right? Isn't that like extremely
When
dangerous?
Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you think he was worried about the danger?
Fair point. Why can't I just take
Because
it?
the gods would see you, of course. Hence my proposal.
Some more questions
So,
I had.
Are you in, partner?
Tip, if you don't like action or horror elements, feel free to decline. Okay. I will do it, but don't ever call me partner.
Wonderful. Now, if you hand over your bow, I can get started.
Oh my god, some horror part.
This is
Ah!
quality weapon. Now,
I
with
don't
me for a
know.
moment.
If I'm
Here
getting
we are, a
caught,
gold leaf bow.
I will break the golden rule. That means that the whole city will die.
Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
Okay, Run of Diana. I'm brave, let's go. I hear bees or something. Okay, extinguish the braziers. And inspect the statue. A large stone statue of Diana century Rome. How do I exchange it? Swap out the fake Ogon for the real. Okay.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow?
Yes, I have it.
Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you.
I knew I shouldn't have trusted you.
did. And now, here we are. With me out here and you in there. Until you give me my bow.
How is this not against the golden rule? You said you would split the riches between the two of us.
No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole.
How can I trust you after you have double-crossed me like this? Let me out like right now or I will free myself. I'm going to kill you. Can I trust you after you double-crossed me
You're
like
just gonna
this?
have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my own handiwork.
There's no way I'm giving you this bow. I will find another way out.
I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out how many it takes to kill a woman, shall we?
Escape the temple. I shoot it. It helped. Ah, it was my brightness settings. Can't see shit, okay. I think that I have to turn it into gold. Build your first thing. Hit C to crouch. Okay. Gold door. Turn 6 into gold. Navia's journal.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me, a rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again. And
Oh shit.
back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
And wouldn't that also fall, kind of? Plus it's heavy. Game would be annoying it played different when I watch on Twitch. I watch anything on the channel unless it's not fun. You think if you played it yourself it would be annoying? Not my style plasma, I'm into technology. Or arrows. Not every game is for everyone, that is true.
You're not supposed to be here.
Oh shit! Leave me alone! There are too many of them. Take your pouch, thank you very much. Yeah, there was just too many of them when I was running. Come on, I hit you. Exciting! Quite a lot of them. Oh, there is something here. Getting more arrows is good. Locked. Ooh, key to the palace doors. Nice. And another journal.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor, who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper, but true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
I'm just like wondering up there. Maybe I have to go all the way around. I don't figure out how to get up there. Maybe another shot turns them back. Oh yeah, that's good. This should support my weight now. Support is actually really fun. Oh, they are already golden. Oh, wait. Leave me alone. What's that? But too many. You can talk. Are you whispering to me through the statues somehow? Why are you helping me? And oh shit. You must be Navia.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that.
If you attack me, we will both end up in. If you attack me, we will both end up encased in gold.
And do you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve.
There's nothing to do
Liar.
with me.
I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace, for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you?
It's just this statue whispering to me. A lot of them do it, but it's always the same voice.
What do you mean, the same voice?
It's like someone else is whispering to me through the statues.
Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it?
Oh, I swear.
Liar! You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too.
I ended up here by accident. All I want to do is sleep.
What? What are you talking about?
I got trapped in tunnels under the city and came up inside the palace.
So you're saying you weren't coming for us?
Never had an intention of hurting
So
you.
I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut.
Wait, I can undo
It's too
this.
late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry.
I can run back time and
What? Wind back time? What are you talking about?
I'm reliving the same day over and over.
What? How is that possible?
I just need to get back to the Shrine of Proserpina.
The goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, of course. But I'm confused. If you've harnessed the secrets of the gods, why tell me?
Because you will never remember this conversation.
I see. Well, I'll trust you to honor our bargain. But if you don't, mark my words, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. As a quid pro quo, here is the only thing of value I have left. The key to the chest in the Shrine of Apollo. There should be something in there that's useful to Lucretia.
Woo!
Now,
Get another
continue.
key.
The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there.
Goodbye, Navia.
Go, and never return.
Woohoo! He survived. You using the Xbox PC Cloud Gaming Plasma? I want to try that too, but my ESP might bug out and I've ordered a 4G router sticks as backup in case my wired connection fails, but it's not as fast though, and it has a 30 GB mounts cap. But 5 extras, I thought it would be handy as my last defense in my wired con fails. Yeah, the Xbox Pass is pretty good. So, reach the front of the palace. Yay for not being killed! Exactly. But I didn't have to redo it all. This is getting weird, machine. Maybe Machine likes weird. Survive the palace. They almost survived.
Sorry, I'm still... Was there some... If that's your idea...
I think that now I will be able to enter some places I wasn't able to enter. If I remember right. I will go down there.
You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
I know you're about your creature, don't worry.
Well, it's your funeral.
Blah 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 blah. I have my bow. My creature, I thought you loved the blah blah plasma. Well, I already heard him saying these things. Like I have to jump to the other side. This is scary. So gonna die. Come on. Blah 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 blah. And then how do you shoot your bow while climbing golden vines? Yeah, makes no sense, right? How do you even climb a golden things? The upper systems in an unconventional way. Someone is crying here.
You? Who are you? Did he send you?
I'm Plasma and nobody sent me.
Do you know you're here? You have to help me escape before that monster comes back.
What is going on here?
I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key.
Who did this to you? How does
No.
this
He
broken
said the
do?
gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either.
It's to you.
Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him.
Your Sentius did this? Where is the way
Behind me.
out?
There's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key.
What will you do if I what will you do if I
I'm
lose?
going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together.
What about the
There won't
others?
be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say?
I'm sorry, but if I let you go, everyone else is gonna die. What if I round everyone up so they're ready to escape once they go? I'm letting you go. Let's get out of here together. If I round everyone up so they're ready to escape once the golden...
There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. Quick, you have to let me go. It's now or never.
Sorry, but if I let you go, everyone else is gonna die.
No, you can't just leave me here. How can you be so heartless?
It's too dangerous. Let me see if I can persuade Seduce to let you go. Let us go. Not heartless, just rational. Our escape is involved the lives of everyone here.
I hate you. I spit on you. I hope Dis drags you to Tartarus.
Well... I have to find a different way. I can just let everybody die. I guess I will be back. Maybe I should explore the rest of the guide you. I can shoot these things. Find treasures using the golden bow. Woo! Treasures! Oh my gosh, you're funny. Maybe it's time to get to this other guy. Ulpius to his lost love. May God watch over you. Please know I held on as long as I could, but without you, my life is meaningless. I only hope we meet again in Gan Eden. Note from Julia. Julia to her captors Malleus and Claudia. Curse you to the depths. By the time you read this, I will already be dead, because death is preferable to another day in depth bondage to you. May vultures peck out your livers in Tartarus for all of eternity. There's a locked door. Someone crying behind it. talk to him.
Did you just scale the wall to my villa somehow? I must remember to have words with that buffoon Domitius. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me?
So you're Queen Theus.
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else.
You have one green eye and one blue eye, just like the description in the execution of the Letter Nero.
You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more.
I can't prove it yet, but I will.
Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted? I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today.
What will you do if you win?
I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny.
You're both tyrants. How will you do that?
By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule. It's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission.
Well...
Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie?
Not a lie. Makes you sure it's not real.
The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove the Golden Rule is real?
Yes. The Golden Rule is definitely real.
Nonsense. There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd be dead already.
I'm reliving the same day over and over again. The Golden Rule is broken each time. What would it take to prove to it's real? Even if I can prove it I'm right, then accepting it will avert disaster. If I'm wrong, then accepting it will.
I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means giving them the freedom to do as they wish.
What would it take?
Surely, you're not one of those people who believes everything you read. As if a lie could be transformed into the truth by the simple act of writing it down.
I'm reliving the same day over and over again. The Golden Rule is broken each time.
Oh, I see what's happening here. Another poor, vulnerable soul taken in by Sentius's machinations. He won't get away with this much longer.
I can see nothing I say is going to convince
True,
you.
but that is simply because you are mistaken.
Do you know a way out of here?
I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. We're all going to have to make the best of it.
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
You mean the children's fable exploited?
Well, so basically when he wins the election, he stops the Golden Rule and then it happens. I want you to withdraw from the election.
Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win?
Because as soon as you win, you are going to break the Golden Rule.
Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as the Golden Rule.
You're going to arrest Sentius for treason and sentence him to death by gladiator combat.
How could you possibly know that?
Because I know the future. Know all your secrets.
Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved somehow. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Domitius kill him even more. Now, get out of here! You outstayed your very limited welcome. Get out of my villa. All right, now you've crossed a line. Get out of there.
Because he doesn't want me here. Get out of your villa somehow. I don't have the key. I'm a bull. Get out of my villa, Bill. How? I'm stuck here. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Get out of his villa.
Get out before I have Domitius bash your skull in, fool!
Like to, but I don't know how to get out. Oh, there's a key. Key to his villa, that's great.
What's in Coolio Mio?
Coolio something?
What's in Coolio Mio?
Sure what your Coolio Melo means.
Are they? We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? We have? Wait, is that about? Seems rather brash.
I would like you to release
You
Dule.
mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been.
What exactly did he do?
Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you, that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic, the law of the 12 Tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and most importantly, he is able to continue living. a privilege that would be taken away from all of us were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around
You have
him,
no
and is
self-discipline.
an incorrigible
Torturing
fool.
your own daughter. Well,
I will
it's
not
not your own,
jeopardize
but
the lives
adopted
of my
daughter.
people so that one man can go free. Now, was there something else?
I know what you did to Sandila.
What are you talking about?
You're keeping her tied up in the cistern.
You know, you remind me of him.
Who?
Al Worth. The fellow who came through the portal before you.
Remember him?
Now, surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you're a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I mean, you've lived through the day, what, 7 times? Most impressive. And yet everything you've done has been in vain, because there's no escape. Except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Best to take your own life now. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
You knew there was a way out and even locked up your own daughter to keep it a secret. Why?
Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself?
Hand over the key to
And
the
why
exit.
would I agree to that?
Is that the right thing to do? If you don't, you might have an uprising on your hand. Will this stop me from taking it by force?
You might want to think that through. If anyone so much as touches me, everyone dies.
Is the right thing to do?
You and your pathetic morality. Nobody cares about your opinions, least of all, me. Understand that, to me, you've never been anything more than a useful idiot, and you're no longer useful.
What stopped me from taking it by
The only way
force?
you're getting this key is over my dead body. And if I die, I won't be able to open the portal for you again, meaning you'll have created a paradox. You see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time, so if you kill me, you'll stop me from doing so, and you being here will be an impossibility. That means if I die, you'll be flung back to your original time, having caused the deaths of everyone here, and you'll never be able to undo it. Is that what you want?
isn't over.
I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever until you wither and die like Al did, and the gods send yet another useful idiot to extend my life for me.
I will find a way to break the circle and you with it.
What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? They don't care about you, and neither do I. Now get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
Ugh. The daughter is not here anymore.
Citizen.
Go float yourself. Dark ocean. Getting a bit dark. So I turned this into... to Galerius.
Galerius?
I'm guessing that Promethean fire's
Looking a
not for
bit
sale.
troubled there.
Not
Still
bad.
no sign of Centilla.
Bad at all.
And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself.
Well, isn't
From what
that
I hear,
you're
nobody saw
here.
it coming.
I'm
Anyway,
so
I
glad.
thought you
And
stoics weren't
I
supposed to
hope I'm
worry
not
about
missed
things you
something.
can't control.
Yeah, but I keep thinking, what if there is something I can
What
do?
was that?
What
Some
if
kind
she's
of
out there
joke?
somewhere
If it
suffering,
was, it wasn't
waiting to be
funny.
found?
Sounds
I
like
take
you're
back
torturing
what I
yourself.
said.
Leave that
Suddenly,
to the gods.
let's just
Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new
Looking for
day.
Kabash, have you
Not
seen
for
him?
a few weeks now.
I suppose you're right.
Last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, naturally, I hovered. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, and then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not.
Okay.
All right. See ya.
Citizen,
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
Just a lucky guess. You would never believe me if I told you.
You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's the only way.
Yeah, that's the only way I could have known.
Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. He was forcing him.
You already read
Tantalus
this.
Oh,
Fear is proof of a
Go
degenerate
on.
anyway,
mind.
I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this. So,
You're a good man,
Oh.
Galerius.
that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we... Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you... I saw you slide down that rope before. Very impressive. And strange, too, since that device you used is exactly the same as one I've been working on for weeks. Oh, of course! It's because I already gave it to you in a previous time loop, isn't it? Anyway, I'm sorry to ask, but is there any chance you'd be willing to do me a favor?
And what do you need?
Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spire in the middle of the lake. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device, only I, couldn't quite summon the nerve to use it. Do you think you could use the device again and try to get that flower for me?
Wait, why do you need it?
I don't really feel comfortable talking about it.
Come on, tell me. Do you have a little crush on someone?
Look, I'll tell you everything if you get it for me, alright?
Sure, why not?
Thank you. It would help me a lot. There's no rush, just whenever you get a chance.
I get right on it.
Alright, see you around.
And wait.
Salve again, my Sisyphia. Now, what's on your mind?
Have you ever thought about running the magistrate
I've
yourself?
bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. That's good enough for me.
Malleus runs, he is going to break the golden rune and kill us all. Why is Dooley in the cell?
Because Sentius put him there. Poor Dooley.
So I
was
have
just
to
wandering
make
around
Galerius
looking for
win the
some
election.
imaginary treasure. Now a magistrate accused him of being a thief. That's nonsense, of course. Dooley's the most harmless man you'll ever meet. But Sentius really has it in for him, for some reason.
If Malleolus runs, he's gonna break the golden rune and kill us
How
all.
could you... Oh, wait. You've seen it in another time loop, haven't you? Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. Better yet, get him to withdraw altogether. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run against him. Deal?
Alright.
Alright, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
I have work to do.
Cerberus lifts his dribble head and lets out his threefold braid.
Have to get to the flower. And also the day will reset. Maybe I have to drop right above it. I should have. I don't want to run up there. Ugh, that's exciting. But at least it's good that when the day resets, you don't have to do everything yourself. So I use it and I drop. Wrong time. Jumped quite early.
Imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
Heart.
They follow their traits, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
And maybe I should just save on it. Do you think you will be able to finish it today? Kind of hope so, but I actually don't know. I don't think that the game is that long. I guess it kind of depends. Jump right in the flower. Mostly too late. Or too early. Oh, this is so annoying. Yes. Then a flower. Flower is mine.
traveler from a faraway land. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner.
I know, you want to know where I'm from, but I really want some questions. Do you know where I might find a Greek plague?
And in a city full of Romans you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpine. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Roman. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Duli. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter.
I'm looking for Kabash, and I heard you were one of the last people to see him.
I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous. Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath the ash.
You can trust me, we foreigners have to stick together, remember?
Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly upon this, so please keep it to yourself.
For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the Temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest, and yet the next day when I return, the food is missing.
How is that a problem? How strange.
So I ask, who or what is devouring the food in this temple? Strangers,
Don't believe a word
Once I
they
sat
tell
in
you.
front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in. But do you know what I saw?
Someone you be drinking?
Nothing. Nobody entered. And yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it not? When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay, he was never seen again.
Where is the
It
temple?
is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths, and it is the last building on your right. I do not think you should pursue this, my friend. It would break my heart to be responsible for two people disappearing. But you do not strike me as a kind of person to be deterred by such warnings, so just be careful, I beg you.
Okay. I will try. I have so many missions going here. Virgil.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's
I already know you. What are you going to vote for?
Malio? My vote isn't for sale. Nice to talk to you.
Sorry, I was not trying to buy your vote. Homie looks like a candle. Yeah. They're going to show him the flower.
I'm guessing that
Gracious.
Promethean fire's not for
Looking
sale.
a bit troubled there.
Not bad.
Still no sign of Centella.
Not bad at all.
And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself. from what I hear,
Well,
nobody saw it coming.
isn't that an impressive
I thought
trinket?
you weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but I keep thinking,
Centius,
what if there
military
is
man,
something I can do?
knows what he's doing.
What if she's out there somewhere suffering, waiting to be
You get
found?
it.
No.
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the
See you
gods.
around.
Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right.
I love your clothes.
Salve
So
again, my Sisyphean friend.
exotic.
Now, what's on your mind?
I have the flower you wanted.
Brilliant! You did it! Well done! This is going to make her so happy. Equitia, I mean.
Keep an eye
Now
out
I
for
just have to
Scintilla with
figure
you.
out how to give it to her. What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the flower, and confess I've been madly in love with her since the moment we met. But on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling that the consequences could be terrible.
The worst that could
You
happen.
mean, aside from her execution? You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely serious affront to the gods and a capital offense. Even if she was
You had
just
to listen to
suspected of
myself
being narcissist, it could
acting
lead to
every
her
damn time
execution.
you would fall over.
Unchaste Vestals get buried alive. Oh, and I'd get flogged to death for good measure. But at the same time, she's just so kind and graceful, and I feel so much love for her that if I don't tell her, it'll burn a hole in my chest. I don't know what to do. What do you think? What would you do?
I think you should tell her how you feel consequences be. I think you can admire her discreetly from far. If you really love her, you need to get over her. I'm no relations counselor, figure out it on your own. I think you should tell her how you feel.
Now that I hear you say that out loud, I hear how crazy it is. I think maybe I need to be a bit more cautious. What I need is a go-between. Someone who can tell her how I feel and find out how she feels without risking her life. What do you say? Do you think you could help me one more time?
Alright.
Wonderful! Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret admirer. Tell her I'll keep my distance and that I just want her to know that she's loved.
That's sweet, I will do
Thank
it.
you. Come back as quick as you can and tell me what she says.
Citizen,
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you.
What for Kabash? Summary a dream diary from Kabash in which he recurring dreams about the strange name Kerte. Stone carving? This looks dirty. Complete note. Figure out who is threatening Virgil. This is your final warning. Proceed refuse to stop threatening Virgil. Okay. Majid is shocked. A bit busy, because I guess they're going to vote now.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate.
Ow! Hurt.
Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Sendius.
Dacius.
Malleolus.
Galerius?
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil?
Malleolus.
Ulpius?
Sentius.
Rufius?
Malleolus.
And finally, Domitius?
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Marcus Malleolus Gurges.
Hail, Magistrate Malleolus. I said, hail, Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe, because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. For my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. The myth of the Golden Rule is no more.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
For his attempt to deceive us all, Sentius is hereby found guilty of treason against the Empire.
What? I have committed no crimes. This is madness.
His sentence: to fight for his life in gladiatorial combat against Domitius, here and now for your entertainment.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Wait, I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
This is why he's in his gladiator gear. They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man. It's real!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Loop, loop, loop. Back to the loop. Now I have the whole day again. Golden Ring is going to be broken, so I need to quietly get everyone except Sentius ready. The upper cistern even. The ground starts to rumble.
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Yulia? Oh no. Poor guy. Alright, let me see. But how did you... I'll go, but once...
Go, go, go.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
What do you think? Someone wanted... Give you this flower.
Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be my favorite, too. Who do I have to thank for this?
I'm supposed to tell you it's from your secret admirer and that he will keep their distance. They just want you to know you're loved.
I see. So, it's from Galerius, then?
You know already?
Of course I do. I think everyone in the city knows. That man is a wonderful human being, and my favorite person in the world. But he is the least subtle secret admirer you could imagine. The way he looks at me with those
puppy dog eyes.
Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort, too. Suspending that rope above the lake, inventing that pulley device all on his own. He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Oh, my heart.
So what should I tell him?
That adorable oath that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So if we ever make it out of here, and he doesn't mind waiting a few years, then tell him I love him too.
Sure, we'll be happy to hear that.
So. I'm quite sure it's the work of the gods. We are, but I find. Would you? I suppose, but I. I'm pleased to hear it. Oh my. We don't. Hercules was a sis, and so it. May Fortuna guide.
Okay, well. Deflowered. I love him too, she said with a straight smile. Well, she just has to turn 36. Then we are fine. Well, guys, Aquila loves him. Yeah, he has to do all the things. So let's Rufus.
Name's Rufus. Better watch your step.
Are you threatening Virgil?
No idea what you're talking about?
I know it was you. I found an incomplete letter to him in your quarters.
Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again. I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti. Just forget this ever happened.
Okay.
Will you?
Alright, no problem.
Sentius, Militet. No. See you around.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
I help him.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people. I hear we have...
Virgil! Don't worry about this threat, just Rufus, and he's never going to hurt you.
What demon or spirit told you about that?
I found an incomplete note in his
Went
house.
snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you didn't cross any lines. Have you spoken to him about it?
Yes, and he won't be bothering you
Really?
anymore.
How did you manage that?
I found a treatment for his rheumatism, which makes making him agitated and compounding some other personal issues.
Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out.
Happy to help. I think he wants to help clean up the
Really?
graffiti too.
That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him. Nice to talk to you. Good. Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions. My vote isn't for sale. If... Nice to talk to you.
Maybe now I can talk to Galerius. He already did everything.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it... How... Sisyphus, he was forcing... Tantal... Oh.
You already had this conversation.
Anyway, so... Oh, now... I saw you slide down that rope before. There. And... Oh, anyway...
I already delivered the flower to Equitia on your behalf.
What? How did you know? Oh, I see. We talked about it in a previous loop, didn't we? Well, what did she say?
She knew it was from you. She asked me to tell you that once she turns 36, she's allowed to marry, and then she loves you, and that she loves you too.
Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard in my life. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You have no idea how happy you've made me. I wish there was something I could do to thank you properly, but I don't have much to offer you. All I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins you might be interested in. In the rock tunnel, near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see a chest. Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress statues is blocking the path, and I'm not game to move it. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might be a small fortune waiting for you. I hope that helps in some way. I can't see how I could... Even I... Alright, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
Trying. What's next? The flowers back there. I really like the game. It's also good that you don't have to do all the things because this guy will do it for you, so he should definitely be elected.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Hello? Hello? Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just looking at it.
Yeah, please have it.
If I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad.
You did for something really important. I'm going to take it for you to do it.
Well, if you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need it anymore because I'd already be happy. Then you could have it, and you'd be happy too. Like Galerius. He's nice. I like
Yeah, I
Galerius.
have to.
He made me a doll and everything. I don't think he likes me. Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque and everyone will be happy. My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he gave me this key. All I now nobody looks after me. Bye-bye.
Sad. Big statue of a woman. Search a Greek temple for clues to Kabash whereabouts. Ask the old man if he's seen Kabash.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name?
I'm
It's
Plasmavus.
a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell
Seems
me,
nice.
what brings you all the way down here?
I found this place by accident. I'm looking for a plague that was removed from the obelisk. I'm looking for Kabash.
Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I
could
know.
be useful.
But first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule?
Luthor, the god of the underworld.
Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue?
Sounds easy enough, I have to.
Good enough for me. Now, let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong?
Not sure, it's a complex question.
You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the Golden Rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult. Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, You're not alone.
Round
You
one,
see, out
argument
there
on.
in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye.
We bend rules here too.
And yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the golden rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree? So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
I don't think so.
Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet? So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in? So if a man feels that stoning to death his unfaithful wife is right, then is it right? I agree, but why? Didn't you just say right and wrong depends on the individual?
Feels it's trying to kill his wife and he's confused, so
I
sick.
see. So you get to decide right from wrong, but people who see things differently are not allowed. What makes you special?
Oh, I'm special, of course. Empathy is the currency.
Empathy, the emotion? Let me ask you this. Imagine you were forced to choose between the death of your beloved spouse and the death of two innocent strangers. Knowing there will be no legal consequences, who would you mark for death?
There is no other option. Two strangers.
Of course, everyone would. Our empathy, like a siren song calling us away from our true path, would lure us toward the greater evil. Can such a beguiling thing be a reliable cornerstone for anything, let alone the perfect moral code? My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions.
Ooh, I won!
How did I end up living alone in this
He wants to
cave
talk to
with
me.
Nothing but these relics of the past for company. It's a long story.
I'm listening.
I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in a tavern in an argument with a drunken mercenary. It became heated, he drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends.
So he is the one who realized why he is here.
Realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny.
Hades? You mean Pluto?
They're one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto, but long before that, my people called him Hades.
Why can't you turn to the surface?
My
Return to the
generation was
surface.
wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again.
Oh. So he has to stay. Why can't you tell me your name?
I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive.
Where is everyone
I'm
else?
afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness.
So he is from the previous group.
It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years.
How have you survived down
Living
here?
in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation. So I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides.
Okay.
But like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner.
Talk about
As
something
you
else. Do you know a way out of here?
If I did, would I be living like this?
What do you think about the Golden
Did we
Rule?
not discuss it at length already? Oh, I see. You're toying with me. Ha!
Do you know where I can find a plaque that was removed from the obelisk?
You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription. It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you if Kabash had not already taken it.
Kabash has it. Alright, then tell me where
I will
Kabash
tell
is.
you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans.
You so far. What does it have to do with
I'm
Kabash?
getting to that. You see, it was among these old Greek relics that I found the thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail.
What is in there?
There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate.
Q. That's the key.
I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret, yes?
Alright, I will. The loop is even older than you thought. Yes. There were probably people before us.
Ah, you've returned.
Oh, I haven't left yet. Bathtub. This must be the philosopher's 11 friends who... Creepy caves. Reminds me something from Witcher 1 or something. The catacombs. Sewers, I think that in Witcher 1 it's called sewers. More like a, you know, Witcher monsters and such. Shoot! That's my bow! Come on, I shot you! Why didn't you turn into a goat? Like, they have to be close enough or it just doesn't count for some reason.
Stop. Do not come any closer.
Kabash!
Who are you?
Little bit, you know I played all of the Metro games. But it didn't remind me Metro games with the sewers. It reminded me Witcher 1. And Plasma was poor. Kabash!
And let me guess. Another Greco-Roman come to loot and plunder the resting
Find all
place
3
of
missing
my
persons.
ancestors,
Just look for I look Greco-Roman too. I'm just looking for an Egyptian.
To what end?
I want to return it to the obelisk.
That is welcome news. You really are not Greco-Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor.
That was
of
easy.
Osiris.
That was a little too easy, thanks.
Now, as for the other plaque.
The 4th plague, you know about that?
Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was.
May I have
You
it?
may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it.
Why?
Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first,
Coffee
do
incoming!
you know what this place is?
The Egyptian underworld.
It has a name, and that is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Canon. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew.
So what is the problem with this plague? Or I can see why you would be unhappy with the Greeks and Romans. Problem
It
is
is
the plague.
inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us. And that my people
Dark Gold, thanks
what the
Laser.
Greeks and Romans
Can I
did
book
to
a
us.
8 o'clock
But
spank?
this, I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more.
If you give it to me, I will destroy it for you. What does it, the inscription say?
You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name.
Please don't.
You are too late. It is done.
I wish you hadn't done that. Now I'm going to have to go after it.
You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness.
I will find a way back up.
We shall see.
Ah! Eat that plague. Now I need to get out. No, we can't fight because if I kill him, everybody will die. No fighting. No fighting, no killing. We can break the golden rule. Was a trap. Deadly, deadly trap. Good wasp eyes plus Thank you. Oh, there is another pressure plate here. Stuck. Okay, it's stuck. Good that I saved.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here.
There's no need for this to end the violence. Get out of my way or you will be the one who dies.
I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed? Very well,
hear me out.
I will listen, but if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy?
Someone can be destroyed by the truth and deserve to be destroyed by the truth. There's no shame in building on the works of people who came before you. I'm just trying to replace all the plagues taken from the distance. Nothing can be destroyed by the truth in the no shame in building on it.
That may be true of many things, but this is different. If our gods were copied and corrupted from an older civilization, does that not mean they are false? Does that not mean our prayers to our gods all fell on deaf ears because we were not even addressing them by their true names?
Gods exist. Is it possible they each have more than one true name?
Now that I think about it, my people would sometimes call Osiris the god of many names. Perhaps it is so. But the underworld of my people is so different to this one, and so unlike the way it was described by our priests. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience?
Probably, but you can blame your priest for that, not me. Isn't being a good person a worthwhile pursuit in and...
I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly.
Even if you believe about the afterlife weren't quite accurate, isn't it important thing they motivated you to live good lives? If you were only good in life because you expected a reward, were you really a good person?
Perhaps there is some truth in that. What is your point?
Are you going to abandon a lifetime of good character now that it matters most just because you found out you were misled?
You are persuasive. Very well. I will let you live, and you will do what you will with that plaque. I will remain here for a while and attempt
Plasma
to learn
1, Cabbage 0! Woo!
People's beliefs. Go.
How do you like Metro Exodus so far? Bash!
You again. What is it now? I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman, like my father before me. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin, and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help, I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them to safety farther along the Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, he drew a dagger and thrust it between my ribs. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kirti, and at the time, I simply thought him odd. It did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kirti, the ram-headed ferryman described in the Book of the Dead.
Do you know a way out of here?
The ladder here leads back up. You should find it easy to return to the surface from there.
What do you think about the golden rule?
If someone is to break the golden rule, it will not be me. For I try to live as I always have by the command of the goddess Ma'at. Do to the doer to make him do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why it has long been said among my people that gold is the skin of the gods.
I will be going.
Of course, as the Romans say, may fortune smile on you.
Thank you. So I need just one more plague. That plague I will get. Monster. After the election. Wait, I think I was running the other way, wasn't I? A bit complicated. I was running the other way. Back.
Ah, you've returned. Good to see you again. I enjoyed our...
Okie, let me go out. Out, I guess there. have to influence the election. Find a Greek Paikakos suggested should ask him here just the city only Greek residents. Figure out how to get galleries connected. Okay, I need to dig out. I will need more evidence to give my list to the name Quinctius. He sounds like in his place. Must be something in his place, right? Oh, I found some woman.
Supposed to be in here.
Oh dear. Can we talk?
What business could you possibly have with me?
Oda, why are you locked in this room?
My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much.
How would you like some help in getting back at Malleus? What is your
I
story?
think the better question is, why am I being interrogated by a stranger who just barged into my villa? I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I'm receiving strange women in private.
Would you like some help in getting back at Malleus?
An intriguing proposition. Go on.
I don't think Malleus is who he says he is.
Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that?
Just a hunch. I was hoping we could figure out his true identity together.
You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for.
Such a boob. Oh, data
When
back.
he still cared for me. He wrote me a love letter. Only he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me?
I want to force him to withdraw from the election. And have to stick together.
I couldn't agree more. One hand washes the other, as they say. It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to do something for me.
What do you want?
I want you to bring me some wine.
Oh, I have so much
Just
wine.
one small urn should do it. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around.
Pleb
So what do
head.
you need me to spell out?
Why do you want wine?
Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom, but what he doesn't tell you is that he means freedom for men. After all I've done for him, counselling him through his entire election campaign, and he had the audacity to lock me in here. He said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a magistrate. I'll
She's
show him
alcoholic.
coming. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry, and if he tries to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expose his true identity in front of everyone. I am so looking forward to it.
Yes. Why can't you get it?
You mean, aside from the fact that I'm locked in this room, and Demetrius
Home is not
right
locked
outside the
anymore.
gate,
I just came
because
in.
There's barely any left in the city. In fact, there's only one small urn, as far as I'm aware. And getting it won't be easy.
I have like 3 bottles already.
So, you'll help me?
I have some wine right here.
Thank you. Here's the letter.
Fine. Quinctius to beloved Claudia. For a time I despaired at the thought of being trapped here for the rest of my life, but then I met you and discovered that as long as I am with you, I'm exactly where I should be. Mere words cannot express my affection for you, and so I will perform a grand gesture in your honor. I will become the city's magistrate, so that I may govern with wisdom and strength with you by my side.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is.
According to this bounty letter from Emperor Nero, he is the person who started the fires in Rome last year.
He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined. I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know.
You can have this one, I can always get another.
Another copy? No, 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 no! This can't be happening. What? No. You tricked me, you mendacious little stirkers.
I didn't lie to you.
It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. May Jupiter cut you down.
We'll be going.
Curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you be unable to walk or eat or drink. May this drag you to the depths. This is outrageous.
Calm down, woman. I know these people are mad at you, Plasma. I'm just saving them here. I'm trying to help everyone. Oh.
Demetrius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want?
I want you to withdraw from the election.
Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited.
Yes,
and then
yes.
make outrageous demands.
Yes, yes.
Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win?
Yes. Because I know you're Quintus. Your wife gave me your love letter and Nero wants you dead.
So, it finally caught up with me.
Yes, withdraw.
Suppose that makes you what? One of Nero's assassins?
No, I'm not, fortunately for you.
So, you're not going to kill me?
Not if you withdraw from election immediately and release everyone in debt bondage to you.
Oh, so much work and money. Oh, well, if I do it, you'll let me live?
I will.
Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Demetrius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage. There, you got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
Goodbye! Now know Galerius will want to be.
Yes, sir.
Oh, where is Galerius now?
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
He is still down there.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Yeah, I don't know where he is. Not here yet, but Galerius. Oh, here he is. He looks busy. Come on, man.
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind? Oh, I don't give it much thought, but I've bounced the idea around once or twice, but from what I may.
Alios withdrew from the election.
Oh,
Whatever's in
that
that
was
great temple up
unexpected.
there on the
I wonder what could have possessed him to do that. Well, I guess it's time for me to step up then. I'll let Equitia know I'll be running. All right, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
Okay. Figure out how to get Galerius elected. I will need to make him popular among the majority of voters. I guess I have to talk to people. I would just know where they are. Hello.
Hello there, friend. May I say, that is...
I took this from the Shrine of the Unknown to discover you would lock me inside your angry hornets and managed to escape it. After a narrowing ordeal in the past, traveling back in time, here I am.
Are you well, stranger? Have you been out in the sun too long? You seem a little...
They tell you.
Confused? Perhaps you should go and see Lucretia in a clinic. Sentius, I suppose. Stability is always good for business.
I would like you to vote for Galerius.
Yeah? And what's he gonna do for me? He's nothing.
Would a gift to change your mind?
Certainly. For a few thousand denarii. Pleasure doing business. Can I help you with anything else? Very well. Another time.
Okay. Got his vote. Find other people.
What is it, citizen? Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is and always will be with Sentius. All right?
Precious will not vote.
Welcome. Feeling all... A city without bats, absolute. I wish just... That's a shame.
Oh, where are other people?
Greetings and salutations. Greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. My friend, Galerius. Did you know he saved the life of my young friend Fabia? The man is a hero.
Woo!
But of course.
Nice.
I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
We already were votes for Galerius.
Sunday.
What about this man?
Welcome back. Well, Sentius seems to know what he's doing. Nobody's broken the golden rule under his watch so far. My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking. Nice to talk to you.
I helped you. Man.
What now? I'm not going. Whatever. Just remember.
For me.
Fortune smile on you, sister.
Need to get more voters.
You,
Oh, the other
Sisyphus,
man.
attack or pursue the stone, but always.
That light! Did you steal it from the gods?
No, not really. But the hell is everyone? Need more votes.
Oh, sorry. Was there something you wanted? All right.
No, Julie, I can't vote, so... did some votes already. So now I need in the election. Hard to find these men.
The 49 melodies fetch again with incessant labor the water they have lost.
I paid
Isn't
Decius
that an
already.
impressive trinket? You stay away from my money. Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock cap at murder.
Okay.
The 49 melodies fetch again with incessant labor the water they have lost.
I don't know what the other are. I mean, they will be coming, but are they?
Are they? It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other. It'll be between Sentius, the Why do you ask? Certainly. See you again.
Hello? Hello? Bye-bye.
I think he can vote. Wish I could kind of track the man. Come on, Orpheus.
Hilarious. Sorted out my rheumatism. For the first time in a long time, I'm not in constant pain. Good man. Fine. See you around.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, whatever is in there, it has to be important. Welcome back. Well, all right. Well, all right. Nice to talk to you.
Maybe it'll be okay.
Galerius, did you know he saved the life of my young friend Fab? But of course, I hope that...
I think it should be fine, the election by now. Maybe we can start it? And I don't know where she went now. Good try.
Arveg. It must be. It'll be between. Why do you up? As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk. But I suppose I could hold it sooner, if.
Holding it early may prevent conflict between the voters.
Yes. I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well. I'll get things started right away.
Well, let's see.
It is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Well, I hope I have enough votes. Wait! I think I have enough votes. It's time to get naked.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helva. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Galerius.
Virgil.
Cynthius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helva.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me,
Galerius!
I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with
Always
it.
say please.
Nothing
Come
else to
on.
see here. Move along.
Yes, he will be released.
Are they?
Try to turn
Fortune
6
smiles on you
that
today,
voters on the
Julius.
guards to go.
Magistrate Galerius here has
No.
ordered your release.
You're going to let me out?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georges I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hello? I'm Dooley. Magistrate
He's so
Hilaria said I should
cute
thank
in
the
a way.
newcomer.
Like this
You the
sad
newcomer?
puppy. Yeah, that's me.
Oh, it is you. Then, thank you. You're a big helper. I was locked up, but they let me out again. I'm so
Bit silly
happy.
though. Yeah, but you know he's a bit like different, Data Mech, you know.
You can have my shiny plaque if you want, and maybe you can help me find my treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me, and he said he always would. But then he died. But before that, he told me if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious.
I did.
What was in there? Was it gold and pearls and shiny things? Do you think you could share some with me?
No, but I learned some very important things in there, and I think they might help us even more.
Confused. Hannibal said it was a precious secret.
Bit slow, yeah, I understand, noted. A bit like
Not a
simple.
treasure.
Maybe a bit childish. It is precious, you're not in the way we thought.
Alright. I trust you. Oh, look over there. Something shiny. Is it treasure? Maybe it is treasure. I can see it for myself. So pretty. And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody wants it anymore. Maybe no one will mind if I just take.
Okay. I return all the plagues. Go!
Salve.
Turn off or enter the great temple. Ask Vidya about appealing to the gods for. Okay, time to go to the temple. Now, we might have a different mind, I don't really care, because we all have the same big guts. Hades, Lord of Many, grant me an audience. Nergal, the Fierce One, grant me an audience. Osiris, Lord of Silence, grant me a Pluto, Father of Riches, grant. Guess I have to say it in order.
The many shall suffer for this.
On. I guess I can make a mistake, or it doesn't. Maybe now I have to choose. Hades. He called Iris?
The many shall.
What? Why did it happen? Guess I have limited time? Rogue. The second one is Osiris, right? Because this is the Egyptian name. What's the next name?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Why? Why? Maybe I didn't do it fast enough? Maybe I didn't do it fast enough.
The many shall.
I don't understand. Because Hades is fine. Maybe I'm too slow. Then nothing happens to the Osiris. Then Nergal.
And the many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
That's really nice, but I think I was still a bit too slow. Run!
And here you are. The many shall suffer.
I don't understand. I actually get that and then it just goes away. I think it's just... I get the conversation with him and then it just bugs out and... I don't know why. There is something wrong with it. Hurry!
The many shall.
I don't understand. I don't know, why is it like a bit bugged or something?
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. Suffer.
So wait, this is like... Is it really part of it? I don't know. This should not be happening.
My naughty list.
I don't know, it just interrupts the conversation with him.
In eternal torment. Turn this fool to gold.
I mean, I guess I will try again. Take it out. Actually get killed in the palace. I don't know.
The many shall.
I will try to restart the game because I don't know what else to do. Maybe it's not me breaking it. What if it's someone else does something out there? Here is said today. Maybe that guy steals something or whatever. Guess I will reset today and see.
The many shall suffer.
I think someone else did something. I don't know. Someone did something. So maybe it wasn't me. Because it always happens at the same time. Yeah, I just reset the day and... Maybe this guy I released steals something, I don't know. Maybe it's better if I don't release him. Let's see.
Salvage. Well, sounds serious. I'm listening. Yulia? Oh no. Alright, I can do that. Poor Virgil. Poor Rufius too, I guess. Alright, got it. Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send... What? Are you... I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Let's go to the temple, I guess. Oh, I can't kill the golden statues. But I think it's not me, because I think that the golden rule is just broken every single time at the same time, so I don't think that it is me who's breaking it. I think someone else is gonna do something. Be fine now. It was just a coincidence.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will.
What's your story?
My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know?
You're a god.
It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey.
Why do you look and sound like a
My
man?
kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords. Desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive.
May I see your true form?
Long ago, I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that.
Where's the woman on your left?
This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or
Oh, that's the
you might
voice I
know her
hear.
as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long.
Who's it on your
That
right?
is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutabal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks,
Charon!
Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one.
That's the woman I met at the start. You're on Plasma, maybe that's what you had to do. No, no, no.
Earned herself the
Someone else broke the golden rule at the same time as I was entering, so I thought it was me. But it was someone else.
Ask your questions. As you wish.
What is this
It has
place?
come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago.
What was the wager you
That is
made?
a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves.
It was just bad timing, basically.
Extinguished by violence.
I thought it was me breaking the golden rule, but it was someone else in the city. But now I have the whole day before it happens. I can have this conversation.
Stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting.
Warrior King.
There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Proserpina.
Who built the city?
As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten.
How did you decide who comes
To ensure
here?
the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from the silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the ferrymen. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Proserpina's along with it.
How did humans learn about the
It
underworld?
is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth.
Talk about something else. Are you responsible for the Golden Rule?
That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing.
I turned people into gold.
That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, the silent golden sentinels.
So you're responsible for destroying all these lives?
I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it.
Where did these golden bows come from?
When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. A consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them.
Damn it, good twist.
Each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies.
Do you consider a sin?
I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you.
I'm loving this game like a whole ass movie. Yeah, it is pretty good.
The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do.
Very
The Greeks
interesting.
refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not?
Principle's not as easy and apply as it sounds.
For you, perhaps.
How do you know when people sin?
I'm able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes.
So is Proserpina connected to the statues in the same
If she
way?
was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask?
No reason.
And what an odd question.
I've seen some terrible things here that you didn't consider sin. How could you let that
Do you
happen?
plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example?
Following Plasma. Just curious, and I don't mean that you need to. I think that Serial Claps is new here. First message was, I think, first, right? Action.
Abduction? You mean the magistrate imprisoning his daughter in the cistern, I take it. He did so because she sought to escape. A sin I take particularly seriously. Better that he stops her from escaping, albeit brutishly, than I have to wipe out this entire city to punish her. Wouldn't you agree? Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? You speak of the moneylender. How is that inconsistent with the rule?
You don't want to be trapped in a 30-year labor contract because
And he
of a
would
loan.
never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms of a contract signed voluntarily by others.
Yeah, follow. When I hopped in, I'm in and out, but listening to everything. I'm playing the Battle Zone on... Oh. Fine. Serial Claps, you know Datamec, right? And Foams, I guess, when you were playing STO.
Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority, this is interesting. I'm curious, how do people escape poverty where you're from?
For a customer to take out a loan to buy a house and in some places to pay for
I see.
education.
And how long might it take such a person to repay their debt?
It depends, typically decades, something their entire
I fail
life.
to see how your system of loans is significantly different to a debt bondsman signing over his labor for 30 years.
Not the same thing.
Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want?
I'm Ryan, and you.
Then your desire to be right outweighs your desire to survive. You will make a fine statue.
After I'm going to end this drawing.
Do you really think you can wound me, a god, with that primitive weapon? How dare you threaten her? This ends now.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Do I take Proserpina's crown? Yes, I should. I know the time from meeting them on Foam Channel about 2-3 days ago. Oh, I see.
No go, but the one constant. And I've been what it first. My story is.
It's really strange.
It is a matter of perspective. Your ancestors are as you wish. That is merely the name your. I've always considered this should Egypt, the Greeks, the Roman. Enough. You clearly know nothing. Do you plan to speak in sweeping general? You speak of the moneylender, and you would never have signed a contract, ignoring your irritating. I see. I fail. Suppose. Then your desire to be right, you will make. How dare you threaten her? Turn this.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Her crown. And what? I don't actually know if I can make it out. I have her crown, right? But crown for what? Hey Odum, welcome. Yeah, I got her crown. I don't know what is it good for.
Salve. sounds serious. Yulia? Poor virgin. Alright, let me see. What? I'll go.
Okay, so... Grand Dimension Pluto, you have Proserpina's crown. Okay. Let's go. How are you doing, Adam? Long time no see. Doing okay, tired. Are you still in Spain? Ladies. Please. When will you be back home, by the way?
And here you are. Allow me to know, but the one and what they will first.
This is a Proserpina's crown.
I would recognize that anywhere, and yet my beloved still wears hers. What is this? How did you come by it?
I took it from her after I killed her in another timeline.
You vile, despicable creature. Why would you do such a thing? And worse still, boast about it.
You didn't even want to kill her, but if you don't put an end to the golden rule, I will do it again.
You have put me in an impossible position. If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I will lose my wager and return to Elysium, humiliated and alone.
The idea.
Perhaps you are cleverer than you appear, mortal. I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery have opened my eyes like nothing I have witnessed in 3,000 years. And now you have shown me your species' true colors. And I see that Proserpina was a fool to have ever believed in you at all. This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend. Very well. I will have Canon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest.
Why?
Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready? You had best pray our paths never cross again, mortal.
Still a month to go. Oh. So what do you do in Spain in your free time? Hey Al.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Val, Worf, I came in here to find you.
Here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
I'm Plasma.
Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place.
You barely have free time? Well, at least it's running fast
you
then,
and I are
right?
the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, foiling an assassination attempt, and so
It was me!
Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to her. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years?
Actually, that was me.
What? Oh, I see. For a moment there, I thought you were serious. Anyway,
You changed
I
the
think I found a
timeline,
way out
Plasma.
to the aqueduct
Yeah.
that brought water into the city. Follow me.
Okay. Yes, that's what Proserpina wanted. She wanted me to take her crown.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead. I'll be there soon.
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al?
I found him. He will be here in a moment.
What a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
I discovered your name is Caron, or was it Kerti? Discovered the ruins of an ancient underground
Really?
city.
Sounds amazing. And did you... Oh, look! Here he comes. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story. And I look forward to hearing all about it. But... you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Alright. Caron, ferry us home. Woo! 1 year later. Oh no, Caron. Karen?
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read about your trial in the news. Congratulations on your acquittal. Still, I'm sorry you had to go through all that. Anyway, after
Caron
everything
is the
you've
ferry
been through,
man under
I thought you might
in
appreciate
mythology.
some good
Yes.
news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the
That's
people
what I
mentioned
know.
in
That's
Galerius'
how I
tablet.
found out that the people are dead in that city.
I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you. I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there?
But she
I'll catch
told
up
me
with
she
you at the
was
other end.
Karen when we met first time. But then this priestess told me that Caron introduced himself.
Oh, there she is.
Herself. Oh! This is Galerius.
You're finally here. Remember me?
Of course I remember you. Galerius? What are you doing
Crazy
here?
story. After you disappeared, Caron appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours.
Wow! They will be living in my world.
And I wasn't
Cool.
even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life.
What are you doing with yourself these days? You're Riz Equitiana?
I know. I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get
It
married
seems like a
next
happy
spring.
ending.
If you're going to be around, we'd love to see you there.
I would love that, count me in. What are you doing with all these days?
I used Karen's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I
Oh, they have Dooley with them?
I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
Oh, at least they're happy. It was good to see you,
Of
Galerius.
course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you, so you better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
It was like a little distortion in their voices, so I wanted to reset. Okay, Equitia.
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about you.
See you, Equitia.
So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable.
He has crazy eyes. What are you doing with yourself these days?
Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a
Oh,
lovely villa in the
expecting.
countryside with room for a large family. And Dooley too, of course. It feels like the
No, it's
world
not the
has
audio
just
card,
opened
it's
up
voice meet
for us.
banana.
There's so much to learn and so many more possibilities
That's why I
for our
started.
children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful for what you did for us. For all of us.
How is
Oh,
Livia?
it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself.
I will do that. It was good to see you
at the
again.
wedding, I hope.
Ooh, wedding. Nice. Dooley, look.
Hello, I'm Dooley.
Hey, Dooley. Puppy, I remember who you are,
Galerius
Dooley.
said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place. I didn't like it.
What are you doing with yourself these
I live
days?
at Galerius and Equitia's house.
Dooley looks like a
They look
turtle.
after me now and help
I
me
was
remember
thinking
when I
that
forget.
he's like so innocent and
brushing my
cute that
teeth.
he's like a puppy or something. I'm sorry you never found your treasure.
Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box now. Galerius got me a box that tells stories.
It's like a little kid, basically.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye! Who else is here?
Hey. Evening.
Horatius.
Hi there, I'm Horatius.
Hi,
I
Horatius.
understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life. And reuniting Centilla with us as well. So, thank you.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot. But some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides.
Or you never get to see your girl again.
Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time, but that's done. In the words of Epictetus,
a bold kid.
As those who rode behind.
Yes, little babies are bold sometimes.
They are mortal. Remind yourself, your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever.
Well said.
Thanks. Oh, and I don't know if you've heard, but a few of us are going for drinks later. It'd be nice to chat with you some more.
Sounds good, I will be there.
Right.
Whatever happened to your buddy Domitius?
He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself disqualified from the UFC, so he started some kind of underground blood sport tournament, like we had in Rome.
Okay.
Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some good coin, killing a bunch of men like that. But his luck finally ran out, and his life along with it. You know what they say. Live by the sword, die by the sword.
That's a shame. Sounds like you got what you deserve.
You're not wrong. See you at drinks later, I hope.
And this is Cynthia.
I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming.
See you again, Cynthia.
Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is, we'll never see him again.
What are you doing with yourself these
Anything
days?
I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world.
Welcome,
I can go
Prelude.
wherever and do whatever
Different
I please.
folks, different
Of
strokes,
course,
Plasma.
I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there.
Barbarians everywhere. What happened to Santius?
He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time.
Yeah, he wanted to live forever, right?
Just what he deserves, if you ask me.
He did once tell me he wanted to live forever.
Then I suppose he got his wish.
It was good to see you again, Cynthia.
You too. See you around.
See you with your friend Plasma. My friend?
Hi there.
Hello.
Julia. One who poisoned herself.
You're the Oracle, right?
Yes, Plasma was
Oh, of
fine.
course. Sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you.
Who is
for
my
telling
friend? What do you
Valerius
mean,
how to
Imagine?
save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I barely recognize myself. I'm
Hey,
living in a
looks still
house
the
there in
same.
London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it.
It was a joke
Turns
about
out,
Cynthia.
it's about
Oh.
30 times bigger than the
Okay.
Roman Empire ever
I got
was.
here at the end.
Did you know there are entire continents Rome never
Yeah,
knew
this is
existed?
my second
And you
stream
can
of
travel
the
almost
game
anywhere in an
Prel.
aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus.
I
but
think that
much
it's
more comfortable.
approximately
Oh, sorry, you already
8 to
know
10
all that,
hours
of
long.
course.
I
I'm
heard.
just so excited.
There's so much to see and learn and write about.
Seeing the world through freshy eyes sounds wonderful.
I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day.
He likes girls, seems so. Whatever happened to Malleus and Claudia?
Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed
Psychiatric
to a
hospital.
As for Claudia,
oh,
she
that's
was always
good.
so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude?
I think you're allowed to feel that way. It sounds like they got what was coming to them.
I couldn't agree more.
Whatever happened to Aurelia?
Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince.
What a disgusting lady in the market.
From now on. Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently, he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called... what was it? Nigeria?
Nigeria?
Some people have all the luck.
Don't worry, something tells me she's going to get what she deserves. As the oracle, I foresee terrible disappointment in her future.
I feel better already. Thank you. You too. If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who live there.
I will take you up on that.
I hope so.
Everybody seems so happy. And this is Lucretia. This is the... no, she was not medic, but she was the
nice
like...
to finally meet you.
The role of healer. Hey, Lucretia.
It's fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life...
oh, they adapted quite well.
Never leave us alone.
2,000 years later.
Thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So...
what are you doing with yourself these
I'm
days?
studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time.
It was good to see you, Lucy.
You too. Don't be a stranger.
Hey.
Okay, who else is here?
Hello.
Magnificent museum.
Georgius!
Greetings.
I knew he would have something like this purple
It
suit.
is a sincere privilege to
Popcorn!
finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius.
To see you, Georgius.
I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that I am most grateful.
What are you doing with yourself these
I am
days?
reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won.
Of course, consider me there. It was good to see you. I have so many friends now. And Fabia.
You're the one we've been waiting for. I'm Fabia.
Yeah, that was the one. It should be. The temple should be falling on her.
Thanks for sending
saved her.
Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew, but I would have been crushed by
Yeah,
that
the
shrine.
shrine.
For sure.
Yeah. You're welcome.
I'm just so happy to be here with you and everyone together again, even if it's just for one more night.
One more night? Or yes, we will all leave after. What are you doing with yourself these days?
It's not like I have to work with all the silver Karen gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging.
Oh yeah, she
TV
was a
shows
baker.
and
She was
yoga
baking the bread and
pants.
such.
What a time to be alive.
I'm glad you're happy. Sounds like a life well spent.
It really is.
It was good to see you, Fabio.
too.
And who is this? Oh, the philosopher.
I take it you're the oracle
he saved him too.
everybody's talking about. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
I could have also talked to him and he could tell me how to persuade Hades to let us out. We have met before, though I wouldn't expect you to remember it.
I'm sorry, I don't remember. In any case, I'm Philip. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank for it.
But they have so white teeth. What are you doing with yourself
I'm
these
working as a
days?
consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again. My sincere thanks once again.
Okie. Then it's
Good evening.
Octavia.
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Nice to see you, Octavia.
I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives.
Nice boobs.
What
I
you
don't
did
even
was
see her boobs, Tatum.
extraordinary,
Like, what do you
and
see?
I'll never forget it.
What are you doing with yourself
I'm
these
living in
days?
Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him.
Sounds like a noble cause. Good on you.
Thank you. That means a lot.
It was
And
good
you.
to see you.
Some soiree, innit?
Theseus, oh my.
Hello at last. You must be the oracle.
The
I've
man
heard
who
so much
wanted
about.
to get me
I'm
trapped for the golden change for the golden bow. Hi Theseus.
I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you.
I don't like you very much. No need to thank me. It was entirely unintended.
Such a acerbic wit. I love it.
What are you doing
I
with
took the
yourself
money I
these
made
days?
from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money is now. In fact,
He's
I
all
was
in
hoping
the
to ask
money
your
all the
advice,
time.
You being the oracle and future seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend?
I can't really see the future, I'm afraid.
Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer.
DVD rentals have a bright future. Broadcast television is going to be the next big thing. Print media is going to make a huge comeback.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm gonna make a bloody fortune. Don't let me keep you. Thanks again for the tip.
I'm not pooping. Plus by casually asking all the women what they are doing with themselves these days.
Good evening.
Livia.
Greetings.
Good to see you looking well, Livia.
Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium.
He likes it here. What are you doing with yourself these
I'm
days?
recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while. At least until I'm well enough to be independent again.
Read any good poems lately?
Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence.
Well said. It was good to see you
And
again,
you.
Nivea.
Farewell, friend.
Okie. And next comes
What is
Kabash.
up? It is an honor to
Hey
finally
Kabash,
meet you, Oracle.
thanks for not killing me down there.
You know my name.
Of course, you were aiming bow at me and you wanted to kill
You
me.
know many things. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous.
What are you doing with yourself these
For a
days?
time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun.
Sounds like you've earned it.
Indeed. Thank you, Oracle.
Hi. Okay, next is
Hello there.
Sentila! Woo!
Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name.
Sorry I
After you
didn't
drove
release
Pluto
you.
off, Proserpina came and
He's
released
awesome.
me, and that monster got what was coming to him.
Yeah, I'm sorry I had no idea. Sounds like he got what he deserved.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing
I'm
with
living
yourself?
with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful.
Oh yeah,
than I dreamed
Ulpius
it
is
would
the
be.
one who wanted
I'm
to take
so
his own
grateful to you
life.
for making sure he's still with us.
But I knew that.
If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine.
Oh, I might just do that.
Thanks. You too.
Gabriella. And Ulpius.
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I'm Ulpius.
To see you
I
too,
understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake. I'll be forever in your debt.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think,
I was so happy.
what if I'd given up hope?
Yep.
And missed out on all of this. So we're living each day to the fullest.
I'm
And the
loving
end
this
of
whole
all the
experience,
same way.
definitely a movie.
Sitting together on our
yeah, it
terrace
is a
with
really
glass
good
of
game.
our wine,
It's
which
also
the
overwhelming
locals say
with
is almost
positive on
drinkable
Steam,
now,
so
and watching the sunset
for a reason.
over the rolling hillside. And I couldn't be happier. Thank you. I
In
wouldn't be
her
here without
fighting of T-Rex and jamming to the masterpiece.
you too.
And those two?
Hello.
Virgil and Pius.
Nice to meet you.
Are they together now?
I go by Rufus now. New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff.
Mushy stuff. It turns out you were right. The statues really were watching us.
Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world. Security cameras.
Security cameras and smartphones everywhere.
Got to stay vigilant.
That is unfortunately true. What are you doing with yourself these
I
days?
live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern.
Yeah, I knew they were together now.
And it rebuilt itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. One adjustment at a time. You too. Look us up.
Ooh,
next
they
time
live in
you're Europe.
Netherlands.
We're grateful.
And Virgil.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Ken. From a Barbie.
I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there. And for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow. I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam. Just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are. You too, as Rufus said in his own laconic way. If you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around. It's the least we could do.
Thanks, Virgil. We all meet in a museum.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
Proserpina!
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time.
I recognize
Allow me
that
to
voice.
introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people and me.
Ooh, happy
I hate to think what
ending!
would have happened to us without your intervention.
Proserpina is also freed. You were whispering to me all along.
Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected.
Did what you could, thank you. You created the time
I
loop?
did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of a cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from
Puts
each
the happy
previous
huggies on their
day.
predator
As a soldier,
like.
he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle.
I think it's dangerous when he's
Once
too
I had taught him
happy.
the prayer, I could
Could
not
leak a
unteach
bit.
him. And there was little I could do but wait for someone like you to come along and see him for what he was. We were all fortunate you came along when you did.
What became of
I don't know
Pluto?
what happened to him. I haven't heard from him.
I think
and
he
I'd rather
returned to
hope it stays that
Elysium.
way.
What became of
Oh, she
Charon?
inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day.
It was nice meeting
And
you.
you, although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city?
I guess the people are down there, right?
Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend.
Woo!
Who ever journeyed to the underworld
Those people, all the golden statues.
Came close to achieving what I did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus.
They are all in our sanctuary. You can meet them in the streets. Each ending 4 out of 4. I guess ending 4 out of 4 is the good ending, right? That's not too bad the first try. Getting, like, I guess the best ending. Woo! That was good. I would say so. So there were 3 other endings. Well, I would say, like, one of the endings, I bet, is the one where you find out the escape way because you know where the water is, right? And then there is Centilla captured by her father, Centius. And, well, you can tell Galerius that he should gather everyone and meet there. So we would take his key, I guess, by force and escape or something. That's probably not a good ending. Keep this. A message from the developer. We hope you enjoyed the Forgotten City. We would love to make even better games in the future, and you can help out by recommending the Forgotten City to a friend or writing a review. The more people play our game, the more we can level up. And if you would like to be the first to know when they announce our next project, please connect with us here. I actually think that they will make another game because their game is overwhelmingly positive on Steam, so I think that they have quite a lot of that's nice. I think it was really good story. I liked it. And I don't know, it didn't take me that long to finish. I think five hours approximately the first time and 5 hours now, so like approximately 10 hours long story, I would say. Yeah, almost. 4 hours and 40 the first day. And now 4 hours 55. So approximately. Little bit under 10 hours. That's my phone! I did! So, the Forgotten City here on Steam. And it's overwhelmingly positive, 97% of the 4,838 users for this game are positive. I unfortunately cannot write a review because I don't own the game, but not even like expensive, I would say. Even for a full price, it's pretty acceptable. Time resets and everybody goes back. They looked pissed. Yeah, people definitely like it. It has like if I didn't click on this. Oh, too much. Clicking too much. Somebody didn't like it. I guess there will always be like one person who will be weird and not like something. So developer is Modern Storyteller. They don't really have any other games announced right now. But hey, follow this creator to be notified via email and in your Steam store there when they release a new game. Sure. I guess I want to know when they do. By the way, I bought this game Laser is playing now quite a lot, the Vampire Survivors. It looks really fun. That one is also overwhelmingly positive, but with almost 100,000 reviews. Chi Plasma, I didn't like the start, but it was quite good. Yeah, I really liked it. And it was basically the last game I will be playing on the Xbox Pass, because my Xbox Pass is going to expire tomorrow, I think. So there is like really not time. I wanted to play Death's Door, but that game is at least like 15 hours. There is no way I will be able to play 15 hours in one day. And I have to work and such, so... yeah, I'm going back to Steam and the Steam games. So next game I will be starting tomorrow is Baldur's Gate. I want to be playing the first Baldur's Gate and of course the second after. So we will have a pretty nice RPG adventure. Death's Door is so cool. Yeah, then I will buy it. That is the plan. I will buy it on Steam eventually. Because I don't want to buy another Xbox Pass months, because yeah, I have these plans for this year, and if I play too many new games from the Xbox Pass, then I will. Because I already played some games on the Xbox Pass: Psychonauts 2, Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, Life is Strange: True Colors, and The Forgotten City. So 1 month of Xbox Pass for PC, and I was able to play 4 games. 4 games I will not have to buy. Even though I would probably want to buy Psychonauts 2 and Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy one day. I don't think that I will buy Life is Strange: True Colors, because I don't think that it's needed to play through it, but I think that Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy and Psychonauts 2 I could imagine that I could play again. Psychonauts 2 is amazing. It was really fun. But yeah, I will get them one day when they will be like dirt cheap, you know, like in many years or maybe even soon. Maybe it will be in Humble Choice one day or something. So I think that those games is great to have them, but I will not be playing in them anytime soon again. So I'm not in a hurry of having them. So now I think that I will spend quite a lot of time playing the Baldur's Gate games, get through them, and then I will see what will be after that. Because I think that it will take at least months or 2 to get through all the Baldur's Gate games and DLCs and such. So I don't have to be planning what next immediately. True Colors was very nice. I think it was very nice, but I think that it's this game where when you know what's gonna happen, there's not really much point in playing it again. You have Epic and Good Old Games account, right, Plasma? Yes, I have both. I have Epic, I have Good Old Games, I have Origin. Yeah, is it ready already? Yeah, pizza is ready. Laser made homemade pizza, so we're going to eat. I have a work in 55 minutes, so I kind of have to hurry. So thank you guys so much for watching. I hope that you had fun, and I will be back tomorrow with Baldur's Gate. So if you want to see me struggle with that game, it will be an adventure for sure. Squally is here! Enjoy your pizza. Thank you guys. Have a nice day. Ta-da-dee-dee-doo-doo! Stingers up!